This game stresses me out more than when your dick tip touches the rim of a public toilet. But man, is it an amazing game. Austin Jorgensen, the creator, wanted to hold up a mirror and put us into these terrible situations where we sometimes have to make some horrible decisions. And the game originally was supposed to be like a Fist of the North Star crossed with River City Ransom, post-apocalyptic, Mad Max type thing. But somewhere along the line, it turned into an RPG. And technically, this game is the second in a trilogy. The first being Lisa the First, and the third game being Lisa the Joyful, which is the DLC. You don't really need to know much about the first game, and either way, I'm going to be going over it throughout the video. Now, the game takes place after this event called the Flash happens, where it kills all the women around, and I'm sure you can imagine that shit gets kind of weird because of it. Well, our protagonist Brad at one point finds a baby lying around, and it turns out that it's a girl. So yeah, that shit's kind of stressful in a world where there's only dudes left. But yeah, I'm not going to show you everything that's in the game, but I am going to spoil everything that's important, all of it. And if you're somewhat interested in the game or you have any sort of curiosity, just go play it. Then put this shit in your watch later list, bookmark my video, and go play it. But if you don't feel like doing that, that's okay too. I'll talk at you. Another thing is that I'm going to be playing the game in pain mode so we can get the real ending, true ending. Something that's kind of funny to me is that this game gets compared a lot to Undertale, but I can see why. But this game is so damn different. It really carries its inspirations on its sleeve, and that's Earthbound. Plus, this game came out first, so whatever. But Austin Jorgensen said that he modeled the writing after Earthbound, where he wanted to use a cartoony medium to convey darker topics. And yeah, on that note, this game just deals with all sorts of abuse, sexual, familial, drug, any kind of thing under the sun. This game will most likely touch on. So if you don't like any of that stuff, you know what to do. Also, I'll have sources in the description for a lot of my facts that I'll have peppered in throughout the video. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting to me that a game so silly and so over the top can convey or invoke all sorts of feelings and emotions, this pile of different things. And I really feel like this game has a lot to say about a bunch of those different topics. So let's see what we can learn. Shit, I forgot to mention, we're going to go over Lisa the Joyful also. And the game takes place in a place called Olathe that I forgot to mention. It's pronounced Olathe. It's spelled Olathe. So I'm just going to say Olathe because it's a lot easier. Anyways, the game takes place here and just, you know, shit. The game starts with someone getting accused and beat up for stealing a ball. Brad steps in and says it was he who stole the ball and to leave them alone, so the kids redirect their attention to Brad and beat his ass instead. Once this little cutscene is done, you take control of Brad and see that it was his friends who were getting beat up. Their names are Rick, Sticky, and Cheeks, whose whole name is Cheeks Gaywood. I just wanted to mention that. I didn't know that till now. I thought it was pretty funny. Now, if you go to the left screen, you see a funny looking man sitting under a tree. Remember him. Anyway, Brad speaks to his friends real quick and takes that post-ass beating walk home. If you know, you know. You get back to Brad's house, which happens to be the only house in the neighborhood that's filthy and like falling apart. If you keep walking to the right instead of going inside, you'll see a man wearing a burgundy suit, and when interacted with, he'll say this. Cryptic, I know. Keep him in mind, it'll be important later. And with that, Brad makes his way into his house, and he's greeted by this. His dad Marty is an extremely abusive man, and to what degree we'll touch on later. Another thing is that the TV sound effects just fuck me. Also, something I've never noticed before is that behind Marty there's like a clean spot on the wall where it looks like there used to be a picture. I'm going to assume it was something family related. It's never explicitly said what happened to Brad's mom, but it's implied that she's dead and that Marty got really bad after the mom left. I just thought it was a neat little bit of environmental storytelling. Brad leaves his dad to his television and heads upstairs. Once upstairs, if you check the room on the left, Brad will remark that it's locked like it always is. If you go to the last room on the right, you'll see a baby in a crib, and also there's a beer bottle here, which is a weird thing to leave in a baby's room, but hey, it just shows you a bit more about how Marty is. The game isn't super direct with its writing. It likes to let you piece things together. It likes to imply a lot of things. And yeah, I mean, Austin Jorgensen said in an interview that that's exactly what he wanted to do because Earthbound did the same thing. And you can definitely see that he did that exact thing where everything's implied but just cranked up. Well, after Brad checks his dad's room, after he goes into the baby's room, he makes his way to his own room. All of that was in the past, and now we're taken to the present day where Brad is eyeing a drug in his hand. It's called Joy, and it's a pill that's all over Olathe. We'll learn a little more about the drug later on, but honestly, there isn't much info on it. He takes it, and right then hears the cries of a baby, so he goes and checks it out, and well, he finds a baby. When I saw the clip of Brad dropping the baby in the trailer, that shit just sent me, and honestly, it sold me on the game. I probably find it a lot funnier than it actually is, but whatever, man. It's what got me to buy it. Either way, finding this baby is a huge deal because at this point, there's no women left. Brad gently takes the baby and walks back home with it and meets up with his homies from the beginning, Rick, Sticky, and Cheeks. As you can see, it doesn't seem like some super happy occasion. When I first found out right here that the baby was a girl or is a girl, I was like, fuck, how's this gonna go? If anything, these guys are mega stressed now when Rick proposes that they give the baby up to the Rando army, which we'll see more of later, but for now, you can see that they are treated like a well-equipped and powerful group. Anyway, Brad denies the idea and decides to keep her hidden to raise her in secrecy. He says that she's his second chance. Sounds pretty damn selfish, but I believe that there are a few times in life that things can be both selfish and selfless, and in time we'll understand what he meant by that. And so life begins anew, and the process of raising this baby that Brad names Buddy begins. Brad keeps turning to his addiction of joy in order to cope with his past, and eventually it gets in the way of protecting Buddy. The cycle gets perpetuated till Brad decides to let go of joy, and he finds a way to have Buddy leave the house by making her a mask. And life kind of goes on seemingly happily. But trauma in the past have this way of bubbling back up even when things are going good, and eventually Brad turns back to his old ways in order to numb himself. In Joy's description, it mentions that it makes you feel nothing when you take it, so it makes sense why Brad would like it so much, and it's also kind of just funny that it's called Joy, but you don't feel anything. A barking dog wakes up Brad from his relapse, and he goes to investigate and sees a man up a tree trying to get away from this beast. Sadly, this dude could not fight it himself because he happened to pull a groin muscle climbing the tree. So you walk up to the dog and the combat, it's time to beat the shit out of this dog. Combat, as you can see, is very much like Earthbound. It's snappy and pretty fun because later you get a lot of tactical options on how to deal with enemies. Also, Austin Jorgensen mentioned in an interview that he didn't put a whole lot of thought behind the math of it all and just kind of chose numbers and tweaked it later. Which, to be honest, is how a ton of game development goes. Come up with a random number, adjust from there. We'll talk a little more about combat later on. Anyway, the dog dies in one hit and the dude with the cheetah print jersey comes down from the tree. Here is where you choose your difficulty, and your two choices are pain mode and normal mode. Like I mentioned earlier, I'll be going through the game in pain mode, and that means there's going to be limited saves. Like when you use a save point, it'll just fucking blow up. There will be a couple new bosses and different ones and some extra content as well, and you'll get the real ending too. So, we lock in our choice, and this magnificent man tells you his name is Terry Hintz, and he's the lord of the tutorial. And out of the kindness of his heart, he decides to join us. After, Brad walks up to this balloon and realizes that if it wasn't there, he would walk off the cliff and die. This balloon just saved his life. Man, I love this game. The way back is like a small tutorial of sorts, and it's done by these notes that Terry left behind. They're written in this funny way where he just sniffs his own farts, like this note specifically. Caution, be wary of Terry's good looks. They're dangerously appealing. Always looking out, Tear Bear. Here is where you learn to save, and you learn that you can rest at campfires, which will heal the party fully, but you're vulnerable to a bunch of random shit happening to you, like you can get poisoned, a party member can get kidnapped, you can get farted on, there can be a really creepy guy looking over you, and right before you wake up, he just kind of backs off, he just disappears into the shadows. Like I said, all sorts of shit can happen. When Brad finally gets back home, he sees some pools of blood and can tell that a fight broke out. And speaking with Cheeks, he tells Brad that the secret's out and that she's gone now. So, Buddy's missing. And you can tell how emotionally closed off Brad is because he doesn't skip a beat or even care that Cheeks, his childhood friend, is dead. But more than anything, it can also be that all he cares about is his second chance within the protection of Buddy. Terry asks some info, and Brad only tells him reluctantly that he needs to go look for someone close to him. So, Terry, the valiant warrior that he is, decides to come along to protect Brad again. With the best friend any balding man could ask for, we set off to save Buddy and the adventure begins. Brad makes his way down the cliffs following the blood trail, and eventually we're confronted with our first real combat, so let's talk a little more about combat. Like I said earlier, combat is pretty much like Earthbound, except you have some characters that will have dial combos. It's this specific input of buttons where the character will do a bunch of hits on the screen, but at the end of it, they'll do a special ability. You can also go and select the special ability from the menus like you classically would in other RPGs, but you miss out on the extra hits of damage. Other than that, where the depth of combat and its uniqueness come from is from the ability to inflict different status effects, but also being able to use different items. Like in this game, you can actually use the items, and not like in most RPGs where you just ignore the status effect giving abilities. Like, why the fuck would you use them, right? Like, they don't do damage, you don't actually hit the person. Well, in this game, it's actually kind of important. That's what I really love about the combat here. Anyway, in this fight is where you find out what Terry can actually do. So you send him out into combat, and you find out he can't do shit. But he teaches you the importance of status effects and how to use them. Once Brad enters the cave, a dying man will use his last words ever to express how ugly the girl is, which is a pretty mean thing to say about the only girl around. Later in the cave, Brad walks past what looks like a corpse. Before he gets too far, his name is Jeffrey Cummings. This game is so fucking good. All he ends up doing is coughing up blood and dying. At the end of the cave, Brad sees a conversation between some members of the Sugar Boy Drifters gang. They are also searching for the girl. Anyway, to get out of the cave, Brad is going to need to kill Sugar Mountain, who during the fight will mostly be astounded by your stupidity. And yeah, that's a thing enemies will do, and they'll actually give up turns. Once done here, Brad leaves the cave and keeps following the trail of carnage till a truck comes out of nowhere and runs him and Terry over. When he wakes up, he's confronted by his childhood bully, Chris Colombo, who shows up on a deer named Spaghetti. If you remember, we first saw him at the very beginning of the game. Well, this is our first ultimatum choice, where you only have a choice between two things. And in this case, it's your stuff or Terry's life. That's it. Those are your only choices. You already know how important items are and how painful it is not to have them, but Brad ain't giving up Terry, so Brad gives him all his stuff. When Terry wakes up, Brad only tells him that he got hit by a truck and that it was just some old friends, and everything's okay now. Conversely, if you give him up, he turns into a boss towards the end of the game, and his new name becomes Terrible Terry, Lord of Hurts. He's a pretty hard fight, but he has this specific move called the neck break, which is a permakill move, and yeah, that's a thing. Bosses, a handful of them at least, will have moves that can permanently get rid of your party members, and it's just another reason to pucker your hole. Also, something kind of interesting about Terry is that Austin Jorgensen got really surprised about how much people received him, or how much people liked him and received him, because his whole purpose with him was to make him just insufferable, but people ended up just loving him. And I think it's because he happens to be that friend that you know needs a friend, but he just won't say it, so he doesn't leave you alone, and he's kind of endearing because of it. From here, we make it to the first hub area, or the first crossroads, and if you go all the way to the right, you'll see this. You'll also find out that three guys with amazing hair found the girl inside this very truck right here, and they invited everyone back to their clubhouse to get dumb hyphy. This guy right here, though, dumping all the info, said he didn't want to go because the chick was ugly. So our goal now is to go get companions, because shit's gonna get tough real soon, and in the process of looking for people, we run into this guy right here. Now that we're edified with such a rich lore dump, it's time to leave. Anyway, in another part of this area, Brad finds a bar where two more companions can be recruited. Olin, who just wants a drink and some good memories. You just need to buy him a drink for 20 mags and he'll join you. The other companion is Rage. He's an ex-pro wrestler and he'll run with you if you pay him 70 mags. Mags are just porn magazines. That's the currency, and I mean, why not? It's funny to think that they could not be all treated the same, like there's issues you want over others, but it's still just currency. You just imagine, just give me them dirty fursona toe issues. It's just pics of dirty feet sticking out of fursuits looking crunchy. Leaving the bar and going on ahead, if Brad walks into this house and leaves, he'll have a hallucination of Marty leaving a baby at his feet, and I'll just say right now that the baby is Lisa, who's Brad's sister, and throughout the game, Brad will see hallucinations of her looming over him in random spots, in addition to other things he'll see. The amount of baggage this man carries is crazy, and we'll talk about Lisa later on. Traveling a little farther, Brad finds a small town and there's NPCs you can interact with here. The one I'll single out is this old man who will ask you if you want to invest in his product, and you'd be stupid, you'd be losing money if you didn't, so you give him 15 mags and he gives you Trust is for Suckers, the manual. If you go on and read it, it just says you're an idiot, the end. Traveling past the town, Brad finds an abandoned building. Maybe this is where Buddy is, but real quick though, if you go to the right of the building, we're met with the first dojo of the game run by Bill Muhammad. He strikes a sick pose, and if you desire to learn his Iron Tiger technique, you need to prove yourself by jumping off this cliff till he feels like it. Once you've proven yourself, you'll get a scroll in return that permanently raises all your stats, or some stats, One scroll later on raises all the stats, but I'm getting ahead of myself. There's a few of these around Olathe, and each will require some funny, stupid task to be done. Going back and entering the building, it's completely dark, and all that's in here is Buzzo. A guy we'll be seeing more of later, but right now he's just being creepy in the dark, and he hands you some joy like a sweaty wook. This is the first time we see the Joy Boys. Their whole thing is that they sell joy, and if you pay attention, for whatever reason, a good amount of them are missing an arm or two. It's pretty weird. With that, Buzzo ominously says he'll check up on you soon, and they lock you out. On the way back to the main hub area, you'll find this, a Joy Mutant. It'll be the first one we encounter, and this is kind of the side effect, or one of the side effects of taking joy, is that you can turn into this thing. And you would think that people would see this happening and they would stop taking joy. But then again, if you think about real life, people do all sorts of shit to their bodies and they'll see the repercussions and keep doing it. So I guess it ain't that weird. Moving on to the next area, we find that the Rando army has set up camp here. In one of the caves, we find that the Schoolboy Shufflers gang is keeping quiet. One of the members tells Brad that if he gets rid of all the Rando guys lying around here, that he'll let him use the only generator around for miles, because he looks like he sniffs gas. So we go do that real quick. One of the Rando members says this. We kill him like a maroon and we get back to our reward. This piece of advice, believe it or not, will actually be useful later. But you know what would be really useful right now? We had some sort of apparatus that allowed us to traverse over land at a faster rate. So let's go get one of them. The next area we're going to is called the Playground. This area has this pretty unique red sky, and while traveling here, Brad will stumble upon a campsite and decide to rest here. During the night, Nern and him have this conversation. Who needs rest when you can be edified with deep conversation? Anyway, we move on and finally make it to an area that actually has playground equipment. Here we can see our prize behind a joy mutant that needs its cheeks clapped. The old man sitting in front of it will contemplate on the beast's nature and comment on how it's killed dozens of men. It's funny to think that a bunch of people have been dying for a bicycle. Well, as Winnie the Pooh said once, nothing's impossible, but I do nothing every day, so we run right into its folds. This mutant's name is Charmy, and we're supposed to use the fire bombs here to help in the fight, but we're gonna save those for later. We can easily deal with this. We can easily deal with this without them. We can easily deal with this without that. We don't need the fire bombs here. Once we kill this thing, we're able to pick up the much coveted child's bike. I like to imagine it's one of those mongoose bikes from Walmart, and if you try to use it as an adult, your knees will be hitting the calcium squares in your mouth. When I first played this area, it made me feel like I was playing chess with my eyelids. You pick up the bike and automatically mount it. You turn around and bam, you realize you can jump over this gap. So, the game very intuitively teaches you that you can not only move faster, but now you can access new areas. As a quick note, on the way back I decided to sleep at the campsite again, and I was fishing for a campsite event. At the time I didn't know how they worked, so Olan just abandons us in the middle of the night and I permanently lose him. So that happened. Now with a pocket full of bike, we can access new areas like this one where we can recruit Beastborn. When you find him, he's hanging out with a squirrel. When you beat him, he'll speak to the squirrel and then join you. Afterwards, you can also fuck up the squirrel. It's pretty great. After all that, Brad can proceed on the path to the abandoned factory. While traveling through, Brad will have a flashback about visiting Rick's house from before the flash. I love Rick's son. That shit always makes me laugh. Well, when Brad wakes up from his flashback, he's in Factory Town. And here you can actually recruit another party member, and his name is Mad Dog, which happens to be Austin Jorgensen's favorite character. Which I think the reason that he said was that he just likes the design of him. On the way out of Factory Town, you'll be stopped by the Road Scholars. They kindly ask you to run your pockets, and it's a pretty tough fight if you say no. If you're not able to kill them or beat them, they'll go and kill everyone in Factory Town, including Mad Dog if you haven't recruited him. Further down the road, you'll be surprised by this guy. Good old Scott Lawson. But Brad can't let that shit go, so he follows in the direction that he went. In this next area, Brad will hear some loud music coming from this small building, and upon entering, his ears will be blessed with this track, Forever Turbo Heat Dance. This little dude's name is Widley Too Diddley, which is the name that Austin Jorgensen actually uses as the composer of the game. To the right of Widley's house is Scott Lawson hanging out on a cliff. Well, now it's time to get revenge for what he did to our semen sack. With that out of the way, we finally make it to the clubhouse where Buddy's being held captive. But before going in, if you go further past it, Brad runs into another joy-induced flashback. With the help of the bike, Brad's able to get into the building through a hole in the second floor. Inside, you can speak to some NPCs. You'll see that they're all enjoying some joy. And then you have this guy. Making it to the top, we get to speak with the presidents of the Magnificent Maine's Men's Club, and they seem pretty chill with Brad going in to see the girl they got. Except Brad ain't got no fucking hair, so it's time to fight. This fight isn't anything crazy, per se, because we have fire-based attacks and items, as well as the advice that the hairspray is very flammable. You can either attack the presidents directly, which isn't really advised, or you can focus on their hair. It's a pretty fun fight, and their design is great. Everything just really comes together for this first boss fight, especially the song. I haven't mentioned the music till now because up until this point I had been liking the music, but this track right here is what sealed it for me for the soundtrack. After I listened to this and after I did this boss fight, I was just so excited to see what was coming next. After you beat the hair off of them, you go into the hole where they're keeping Buddy, but instead you see this little fat Hispanic dude that these guys have been just saying is a girl. His name is Farty Hernandez, and he explains that his truck is next to where the bridge used to be, which is the same bridge that Buddy used to escape, and he has the tools to fix the bridge in the back of his truck. So after hearing all of this, Brad saves Farty and he joins the crew. I love that this whole scenario is just implied and never explicit in what's happening, but you obviously know what's been going on with Farty. Anyways, with all of this wrapped up, Brad takes his leave, and on the way back, if you stop at Widley's house, you'll see this. Sadly, I didn't figure this out till later, but if you never see Widley hanging there dead, he'll actually appear at a campsite event. I got the normal version of this one, but it's just a fun little thing that happens. One of the last places we still need to visit is the orphanage. There isn't much to say here, but man, I fucking love this game. Somewhere in this area, you can also find a golden chicken that you can hold hostage to force this guy to join you. So there's that. I never really used this guy, to be honest, but he's here now. Now, the last place we're going to visit around here is this cave that lands a little before the first crossroads. When you get to the back of the cave, Brad will come across this chest. Inside, Terry's tutorial tome will be found. I know this got added for the definitive edition, which is pretty cool because originally there was a lot of stuff in game that was pretty vague. I actually sat here and read the whole thing. Personally, I really like the entry for the depression status effect. All it says is so many revisions and scribbles have been made that it's unreadable. Alright, time to move on. Brad makes it back to the truck and Farty gets the bridge rebuilt. Now, because Farty has the truck back, you can fast travel to any crossroads you've been to. Moving along, if you go into this small cave, Brad will see another joy hallucination. You can see that the years of joy abuse have taken its toll on Brad, and I'm sure that suppressing guilt for so long hasn't really helped either. I guess this would be a good time to talk about Brad and Lisa's relationship, and I'm going to be brief about it because I do want to build a timeline of events later on. But Lisa the First takes place in Lisa's mind, and you play as Lisa. Throughout the events of the game, you find out that the abuse that Lisa was suffering at the hands of Marty was of a sexual nature. Not being able to cope with that anymore, she takes her own life. This would be happening sometime after Brad leaves the house, and that's why Brad carries so much guilt, because he wasn't able to save her, because he abandoned her, and so on. Well, we'll talk more about this later after a certain super boss. Moving ahead, in order to progress, Brad needs to kill these guys. I'm pretty sure they're just here as a skill check, but anyway, getting to the other side of this cave, we're met with the sight of a man trying to exorcise some excrement from his body. With Percy now tagging along, we move on. Brad will eventually run into Rick. Now Rick, seeing Brad, will attempt to flee. Brad tackles him down and ties him to a pole, and this conversation ensues. Something about joy and its side effects is that it will make you violent over time. And you can see that Brad's old addiction is starting to bubble up, or the effects of his old addiction are seeping into his actions right now. So much so that he's willing to hurt one of his only friends in the whole world just so that he can get to Buddy. And sadly, with Rick out of the way, we move forward. A little later on, we meet Buzzo again in a cave, because he really loves these. And here's our second ultimatum choice. Here we find out that Buzzos seems to have a past with Brad, and the choice he presents us is either Terry's life or one of Brad's arms. And yeah, that's right, that an arm. A whole ass arm. But Brad ain't no bitch and he gives up an arm. If you try to fight him, you just ought to lose. And losing an arm is not just cosmetic. It actually permanently changes Brad. His attack and defense get lowered, plus he loses all abilities using his left arm, and now the pain worsens Brad's need for Joy. So now you'll have the withdrawal status effect even more often, which is something I forgot to mention earlier. As Brad doesn't consume Joy, he has to deal with withdrawals, and it really fucks with you because it lowers all your stats, plus it makes your accuracy horrible. You won't be able to hit shit. Either way, Terry's grateful, and with an arm less, Brad persists forward. Leaving the cave, we can talk to this dying guy right here and he'll give us his bike, but only if we don't wear a helmet because it's lame as hell. Brad follows his last wishes and rides off into the sunset. Our ride is interrupted because Brad isn't able to stop in time before hitting Rando. As an apology for destroying the motorcycle, Rando gives Brad all the rations they have. After giving away all his food, Rando takes his leave, but as he passes by Brad, he notices that there's tears beneath the mask. Who would have thought that someone so powerful could be so sensitive? Anyway, once Rando is actually gone, the soldiers ain't too happy with Brad having all the food, so they jump him like a bunch of maroons, and in return they get their cheeks clapped. After dealing with these people and moving on through the cave ahead, Brad will notice a strange man pointing at him while descending some ropes. Upon leaving the cave, Brad and crew get kidnapped and forced to play Russian roulette, and yes, you can permanently lose party members. The presentation of it all is pretty damn funny. It reminds me of a Super Nintendo mini game or something. Even with this little tune on the character select screen. And I gotta say, this part sucked. I don't really mind losing party members, but I had to do this shit like 20 times. I was here forever. I kept losing every party member and I didn't want to do that. Eventually, the time I did finally win or beat this, I didn't lose any party members, so I guess it was worth it in the end. When you're leaving the Russian roulette building, you'll see a man wearing a paint bucket on his head standing on the roof of the building. His name is Buckets and he's a recruitable companion, but you gotta win 10 Russian roulette games. So yeah, I'm not gonna be doing that. He's pretty cool though if you can get him. He dual wields pistols and does some pretty crazy damage. In the next area, there's a Dark Souls reference, so that's pretty cool. But also, you even get a Power Rangers parody. In the original game's release, after the Black Ranger strikes his pose, monkey sounds play. So for this release, they got rid of the sound, which makes sense. I get it. But now, with the Pink Ranger gone, Brad is the one that deals with the villain. So the Salvation Rangers thank him and we move on. And finally, we're at the second hub area. Welcome to Crossroads 2. The first order of business is to pick up a couple more companions, so Brad makes his way over to Bob's dojo. In this area, we're gonna recruit Jack, who's a magician, and Yazan, who's looking for a fabled cat sanctuary. But also, we can pick up some whiskey to recruit one of my favorite companions, and that's Birdie. There's also Tiger Man here, but I don't really want to deal with defeating him, so he's at Bob's dojo, like the building proper. I'm just gonna leave it alone. I don't want to deal with it, so let's move on. On the way back, Brad goes and recruits Birdie by giving him the whiskey he picked up. I really like Birdie, not only because of the synergistic possibilities he brings to the table, but because his backstory is a little more dense than the other companions. Birdie was a single father of two. One of his sons, Joey, dies from an illness that Birdie couldn't afford to treat with his dock worker salary. A little after that, his son Jimmy kills himself. With both of his kids being gone, he becomes an alcoholic. I don't blame him. That's just Lisa for you. Anyway, he's really good because he can inflict the oiled up effect on enemies and combo that with other companions that can do fire damage for crazy numbers. He also has some really good support he can dish out. Next, we should find out what the meaning of life is, so let's climb up this rope and find out. And there you go, make of it what you will. In a past version of the game, you were able to actually use Farty's truck to fast travel down, but I guess they took that out. And then the game doesn't let you jump off. What makes it even worse is that I was playing in pain mode, and if you're playing in pain mode and you forgot to save for a while, well, you're put in this funny predicament. So in my case, I just had to climb all the way down. Next, we gotta make a quick stop in this cave to pick up this record. On the way out, Brad will be attacked by Henry Wyatt. We'll remember him for later, but for now, we deal with him quickly and move on. One of my favorite encounters happens in this secret cave. If you go in and interact with his doll, Brad will remark that it was handmade with a lot of respect and care. When Brad finishes his inspection, the doll's husband gets home. Now it's time to fight the cat-covered Lazar Agar. This guy's a reference to a YouTuber that I'm not familiar with, but I just love the whole thing. Next, we gotta stop by the next dojo. This one is called Artie Gonzalo's Family Training Center for Great Balance. In this one, all you gotta do is prove your patience and stand on this stack of barrels for a few minutes. Alright, so in order for Brad to progress, he needs to find some dynamite to clear out rubble from a few doors. So the next place we're going to is the construction site. Getting here, Brad will be told that I guess this football team is getting ready to play against a guy named Buff Van Dyke, and for whatever reason, some of these dudes are throwing hammers. Exploring the construction site, Brad will run into the Salvation Rangers again. Yup, Dick Richard Dickinson joins you, or the Pink Ranger. He's pretty funny. His whole fighting style is like party-oriented. I also love that his name is essentially Dick Dickinson. Oh, and in an early teaser shot of the Salvation Rangers, he was yellow, but I guess later it changed to pink, which I agree with. Also in the construction site area, Brad will find a bar with this man wearing a fish mask. He's recruitable and will come back for him later. When spoken to, all he does is make this funny sound. This construction site is just full of shit. Another encounter you can find is this place with people acting as statues and furniture. It's all overseen by this red-haired man that happens to have flesh-colored pants. No one else in the game that I can think of has pants that color, but walking into his bathroom you'll see this. Sure, he's a toilet, but why are the dirty mags here? Seeing this for the first time will give you an achievement and all it says is no. Moving ahead, Brad stumbles upon an unoccupied bulldozer. So as one does, he takes it and starts fucking up dudes. Like all of Brad's attacks turn into bulldozer attacks. It's just funny to imagine that there's Brad in the bulldozer, 3 other people on the ground trying to beat the shit out of another guy in a bulldozer. Next, we head to the desert area. Here we can see the next chapter of the Salvation Ranger saga. Now that Demon X has the doorway blocked, you'll need to go around the back through another entrance, and you speak with the Rangers here. This needs to happen to progress their story, but also if you speak to Blue, he mentions that he's been having violent, intimate thoughts lately. I know that the game has been setting up a lot of little things here and there, but they all get paid off over time. Eventually, Demon X is able to shove himself into the cave and the Salvation Rangers just kind of bounce. Further in the Sands area, Brad makes it to Skull Town. We're just here to pick up a Jeep Mandeep. He only joins you if you haven't taken any joy. His whole style of fighting revolves around inflicting status effects by poking people. He's pretty cool. Also around here, Brad will find the third dojo named the Kicks for Christ Dojo, run by Kangas Chris. The test here is to defeat the greatest karate opponent ever created, the Grassroots Chop Majin, piloted by Cousin Alfonso. Before the fight starts, he falls over and beating him is pretty easy. Other than that, there's a couple Kickstarter enemies and another party member that can be picked up for 500 mags. His name is Clint Olympic, the most handsome man left alive. I didn't want to recruit him, and that's about it. Now it's time to head over the swamp area, also known as Muddy Waters. Here, Brad makes his way to a bar, he finds an old record player, and he decides to play the record he took from the Joy Mutant, Henry Wyatt. It just so happens that his brother, Bo Wyatt, is sitting right here at the bar and he recognizes the record. He believes that Brad will know where his brother is, and he decides to join up with him in hopes of being taken to his brother. If you do end up taking him back to where his brother is in the cave where you fought him, Bo will leave your party so he can mourn the loss of his brother. He also has a really nice campfire event. With a new crew member in tow, Brad travels deeper into the muddy waters, and at some point while traveling, Brad will have another flashback. In this flashback, Brad is making his way back to his karate class that he teaches after taking some painkillers. The children inquire as to where Brad was, then mention that his eyes look funny and know something's wrong. Brad asks the first kid why he's been so upset and asks how things have been going at home, but the blonde kid doesn't really respond. Brad takes his leave and behind a tree finds a timid, stuttering kid. Brad invites him to join his class and the kid meekly accepts. To be honest, I'm pretty sure these are all adolescents, and I'll explain more why I believe that later on when we piece together the timeline, but for now, keep this flashback in the back of your mind. Speaking to NPCs in this area, Brad will hear some rumors about fishmen and that they exist and live somewhere here in the swamp. Well, by jumping down in this small gap in the swampy marshes, Brad will find himself in the mythical Fishman village. I think it's really cool where this area is located because I first found this area totally by accident. I wouldn't have figured it out on my own at all. I'm not that imaginative. Anyway, a little ways away from the entrance, you'll stumble upon the bones of a fishman. I'm sure this is here to let you know that these beings are not actually humans wearing masks, but are actually a different species. Further on in the cave, you get into the actual village. If you speak to any of the fishmen, they'll make those weird sounds that Carp makes, you know. Turns out he speaks Fishman, I guess. And honestly, there isn't a whole lot to do here, but you do get some important items here, plus you get to see one of the best cutscenes in the whole game. So the first thing Brad does is go to the market. The only thing sold here is fish paste, which I find cute. Like, what do they use for currency? I guess Brad gives mags in exchange, but still though. Either way, we need this because this is how Carp is enticed to join the crew. While here, you might want to go inside some of the houses. Well, you can't. The holes are too small for your fat body. But in the game files, it seems like at one point you were going to be able to enter it, but it got cut, I guess. If you go all the way to the top, you'll see a funny looking fish man. He just starts doing the beep boops. Next, Brad sees a sea map surrounded by a couple fishmen and decides to take it. Well, the locals don't take too kindly to that, and he gets taken to Fishman Court. I love that the guy pretending to be a fishman is in the stands. And talking about him, you can go speak to him one more time. Also, my favorite part about all of this is that Harvey can't even speak the fucking language. Anyway, we're done here, and now we gotta go pick up Carp. And it's as simple as just giving him the fish paste. Carp's backstory is also pretty interesting, and I normally have him on my team. I just really like the idea of a knife-wielding, fish mask-wearing, stomach-tattooed dude fighting by my side. He has thug life on his stomach, it's awesome. His backstory is that he positioned himself as the superhero of Olathe for orphans, but after the Flash, he figured it was pointless to give the kids false hope, so he left them in the care of a guy named Morris Dinkle. Yup, the same guy Brad helped out at the orphanage. Oh, also, a companion I forgot to talk about is Geese. He'll be at this inn right here before the construction site, and if you speak to him 4 times after you sleep here, he'll just join you. Geese's backstory is that he was Olathe's most notorious serial killer. His signature move was to peck people to death with his plastic beak. Okay, back to the swamp. Let's go visit the Beehive Brothel. When you first encounter the brothel, you'll find a belligerent customer giving the bees a hard time. With Queen Roger's invitation, we start exploring. Looking around the brothel, you can step into different rooms to see what's up, and there'll be a handful of funny little interactions. Eventually, one of these rooms you'll run into another potential companion, and that's RT. He's just an insane hobo whose fighting style is homeless hatred. You'll have to give him a duffel bag that's found in the desert area we were in a little ago. Heading into Queen Roger's office, he'll let Brad know that they're overbooked and understaffed, so he'll extend a work offer since Brad looks pretty desperate. Roger says he can't even pay us mags, but we can keep the tips. All we gotta do is make the client happy. Queen Roger goes on to say that most of the guys here that show up don't even know what they want. Most of them just show up to cry. The clients just want intimacy but are too scared to reclaim it, which I feel says a lot. Like, what would happen to men if we lost all intimacy? I don't really have an answer, but I do know that Austin Jorgensen did study a lot of male-only cultures like prison in preparation to make the game. And so I guess we do have some real-world examples. Anyway, Roger dresses Brad up in a nice little dress and sends him to the room to start working and taking care of clients. You just kind of sit here and wait for customers to come by, and there'll be some funny encounters, but the guys that do get serviced throw you into a battle screen, and instead of your normal fighting skills, you instead have seduction abilities like whisper, back rub, scratch. When the fight concludes, it'll play a different sound and the enemy will have a little heart come out of them. One of the encounters is a visit from a deer named Spaghetti, and you can hear its master calling out for it in the distance. Another random encounter is the Green Salvation Ranger showing up. After you're done with all your work, you can ask Queen Roger to join the crew, and he will since everything is in order with business. Queen Roger is the last of my favorite companions. He's pretty cool. He fights with bats, some of which can innately inflict status effects. It's pretty neat. With that done, Brad leaves the beehive and decides to rest outside in the nearby campsite. While resting up for the night, Queen Roger strikes up a conversation with Brad. More now than ever, you can see how starved Brad is for affection and this weird, irrational ability to not let go of guilt. Queen Roger's right. You can't just hold on to all this shit. You can't just be carrying so much, because in the end, it's pointless. I really love these campsite events. They add something, and I can't get over how much of a welcome addition these are. For the last parts of Area 2, I accidentally corrupted my recording, so I had to go online and find some clips. Hey, let's get through these real quick. The area that brings me the most joy in Crossroads 2 has to be the Muscle Cave. There ain't much here, but there's a training area where you can exercise and gain XP depending on how much weight Brad lifts. It's a fun, totally optional area, and this clip I found is old enough that it has the original song playing, which I think Austin Jorgensen had to change it because he was sampling Shenmue at the time. Okay, so the last area we need to visit here is Wally's. On the road to Wally's, Brad will see God rays shining from the sky and people praising Wally, worshipping Wally. And when he makes it to the base of the mountain, you will see a miracle unfold. Traveling forward, 2 Wally employees will try to stop you, but Brad and crew get to clapping cheeks and then start the climb. On the way up, you'll find some wildlife, but eventually Brad will encounter this thing. Its name is Nuggy, and nobody knows what's actually under the suit. Something interesting is that this enemy exhibits a lot of Joy mutant traits, but isn't actually a mutant. During the fight, it asks for forgiveness from Wally, and all in all, this is a pretty unsettling fight. I do find him kind of cute though. After the fight, it's another short climb, and we finally made it to... Look, Wally's is just a cross between Jack in the Box and McDonald's. The McJacks, Jack in the McDonald, Box in the McDonald's, in the Box Jick McDonald's. Stepping inside, Brad will walk into a room covered in what looks like hamburger meat, and coming from the next room, you'll hear Wally's whole puckering laugh. Making your way to the next room, you'll be confronted by an extremely unstable man wearing a Wally's mascot suit. During this fight, Wally's mask will start to break off, and although you never actually see his face, it seems like this whole time he's been feeding people his hamburger-like flesh. There's no information on this character, It's just left to our imaginations. After defeating Wally, you can enter this small cave here in the back of the room, and inside you'll see this guy dressed as a crow, and he's just a save point. I have no clue why it's a guy, but in pain mode he'll just blow up like the rest of the save points. It's kind of funny. Beyond this point, you'll have to deal with this shit. It's another joy hallucination. It's mostly annoying because these spiders give you like 0 reward and they take a little too fucking long to kill. These spiders made an appearance in Lisa the First, but instead they had red legs, and I think that these are more like a walking pun, you know, like daddy long legs. After leaving this cave, Brad will find Buddy's mask hanging from a tree and he'll take it with him. Not too far from here, there will be another cave that Brad will enter. So things are getting more complicated. I'll save you the pain. And Sticky didn't do anything weird to Buddy. He really did just tell her the truth about what's going on. From here, Buddy joins up with Brad and they make it through the next cave. Here in this cave, we'll see a quick hallucination of the guy we saw from the very beginning of the game. It seems like he had some sort of relationship with Brad, and if you speak to him, he'll ask for some spare change and Brad will try to give him mags, and he's like, this ain't money. He'll also ask Brad if he's seen his son named Tony, which this dude just also seems like another abusive dad. Leaving this cave, Brad will get knocked the fuck out again and wake up to Buzzo taunting him. If you thought Brad's issues were bad because of his past joy abuse, well, shit, they're about to get worse. He passes out from this joy overdose right now, and I was gonna say he wakes up to a dream, but he has a weird joy dream where he has to deal with this strange and funny looking version of Sticky. Either way, Brad eventually wakes up and he finds out that Buzzo is heading to the Rando blockade right outside of Area 2. So he starts making his way over there. On the way out of Area 2, there will be 2 NPCs blocking the path. You can use the bicycle and take the path above, or you can give them the dynamite and they'll like poof away. These NPCs are Matt and Pat, or Best Friends Play. Probably my favorite YouTubers of all time. They used to do Let's Plays a long time ago. They split up and now they're doing their own things. Also, you gotta be careful when you give them the dynamite, because what they'll end up doing with it is going to Dojo Town, grabbing all the NPCs, stuffing them into the dojo building proper, and then blowing it up, and the only person left is Bob Friday. Now, Brad makes his way towards the blockade, and a fight that's been a long time coming happens. Chris Colombo and your childhood bullies are all waiting here for you. Colombo threatens you with finding Buddy and leaves his homies to deal with you. Now it's time to beat the shit out of Tom Cream, Sergey Rage, and Larry Sports. It's not a super difficult fight, but one that feels good. Once the ass clapping is complete, Brad will have a flashback in the cave up ahead. It turns out that Brad is the only one that showed up to Lisa's funeral, which is insanely sad, almost to the point that it's comical. On the way out, the room elongates and is full of fleshes of mounds of flesh, similar to Joy Mutants. Once out of the cave, Brad is confronted by a machine gun dual-wielding dude named Tex Diablo, who only appears here in the pain mode. He's pretty strong, but nothing crazy, and it's just a fun little encounter. Up ahead is the EWC, the Eternal Wrestling Championship. I fucked this up when I did it. You see, there's 3 game modes in it. There's Eternal Championship, which is like the solo career mode. There's the Tag Team Championship, which is what it sounds like, and the Dystopian Rumble, where you can eternally just keep playing fights over and over again. It's really good for XP farming. The first 2 modes, Eternal Championship and the Tag Team one, they have little storylines with them. But if you beat the Eternal Championship mode, you lock yourself out of all of it and you can't participate in the EWC ever again. To make it short, the owner of the EWC doesn't want you to beat the last wrestler, Death Queen, so that you can keep the rivalry alive forever, and I made the mistake of doing it early and I locked myself out of doing the tag team mode, which is where you can recruit another companion named Shocklord. He's pretty funny because he only has 1 attack. He trips and hits all enemies. And he seems to be one big ass reference to the wrestler Shockmaster, who also had a very similar entrance once.
He is none other than the Shockmaster! Alright! I told you. Oh God.
Also, just to mention it now, I missed another companion I could recruit. His name is Sonny Baklowitz. He's an ex-pro wrestler who's schizophrenic and listens to a Great Dane pelt that he wears. He gets orders from it. All you have to do is speak to him inside of his cave, and I didn't do that, but it's all good. I don't need him anyway. Further down the path towards Crossroads 3, Brad will run into a bloody and beaten Sticky. This conversation really hurts me, man. I think what really cuts me the most here is Sticky just telling Brad that he at least he didn't give up. And I think in life, it's not overly polarized. Sometimes you might be like Brad, and other times you might be like Tony. And if you remember from the guy in the beginning of the game and the hallucination later in the cave asking for cash, that guy asks for Tony. That's his dad. And it's funny that this is the only parent you meet out of, or see even, or remember even, out of all of Brad's friends, but it makes sense because of the similarity in their situations. Moving on from this conversation, Brad will get ambushed again by the Joy Boys. It's pretty fucked up. I also find it funny that that Buzzo is wearing Brad's arm on his pike on his helmet. But either way, we let him cut the nipple off because it has no story implications and I'm not about to lose some of my most cherished companions. Now with that terrible situation done and dealt with, Brad once again makes his way forward into another terrible situation. Once again, Buzzo forces Brad into an extraordinary decision. Now the choice is to be armless or to lose all the important consumables and gear you have accumulated throughout the game. So up to this point, if you've done the classic RPG item hoarding habit we all have, this becomes excruciating. But if you notice, there's a third option. Yup, not only does it take Brad's arm, but he also takes all your stuff anyway. That's what you get for asking. ¿Pa qué preguntas? Anyway, Brad ain't no bitch, so he gives him his other arm. He don't need it anyway. But now he can't do combos. His attack and defense stats get lowered again, and his withdrawal symptoms get worse. He even climbs ropes slower now. And finally, Brad makes it to Crossroads 3. Upon arriving, he runs into one of Farty's brothers. His name's Tardy. He explains that Buddy stole his ship and sailed to an island nearby. There's another brother they have with a boat, but it won't be possible for him to sail over here because of how rocky the waters are. So all that can be done now is to build a new boat. Tardy will need wood, a sail, a way to propel the boat, and some tools to put it all together. If Brad can get all of that, he'll take him to Buddy. But before that happens, Brad needs to take a rest, so he finds a campsite, and as you can see, his hallucinations are getting more aggressive. That night, Brad strikes up a conversation with Terry. This is going to be one of the few places in the game where I don't have any clear thoughts or clear ideas on what I want to say. But what I will say is I personally relate to this a lot. It resonates with me because I bullied my way through life aggressively and with very little tact. And it wasn't until I was able to be vulnerable with the people who care about me the most that I was able to drift away from the past. Hopefully you got something from this conversation. And if you did, I genuinely want to hear about it. Put it down in the comments. Story-wise, you can see that Brad is finally healing. And it's because he at least opened up to Terry. And a really good indication of this is the fading Lisa at the top of the cliff. But there's a lot more to see and a lot more to learn, so the first stop is the fancy cave. And here, Brad will walk through an art exhibit made out of different joy mutants. Reading the plaques next to them gives a one-word description of their mutation or their artistic form. Look at this one. He looks like... You can't fight with any of these, but in the back, Brad will find a lab room with a joy mutant angrily staring at a scientist. This one won't fight you either. We're here to pick up the resort map. If you remember, we picked up something similar in the Fishman village, and these will be useful in a little bit. But now we're headed to Stone Village. In the cave to Stone Village, the entrance to the biker gang can be found, and here is where you'll have to go if a companion gets kidnapped, but instead of paying mags, you'll notice that the bikers are all dead, and the only living thing among them is a joy mutant named Rex Thunderstorm. Once you're done chewing on this thing's teeth, you'll get a really nice helmet, and your companion will be dead. There's no way to actually save them. It's implied that this pile of human stuff here is their remains. Onward to Stone Village. This place is where Brad and Columbo's relationship concludes. Brad will find him and he'll remark and shrug off the deaths of his friends, saying that he figures they all had it coming anyway and that he's been a scoundrel to Brad since their youth. Columbo proposes a race with a boat being the prize, one last bit of fun for old time's sake. Regardless if you win or lose the race, this is the end. At first, I thought he was just gonna fight Brad because he's an asshole, but instead he takes spaghetti with him. A pretty funny ending to a turbulent relationship. From here, it's time to go after the first piece of the boat, so let's take a trip to the Devil's Bathhouse. Brad gets stopped by a man in the dark before the entrance to the bathhouse, but Brad be asking too many damn questions, so Spoony Sidewalk V goes to work, but he gets his ass ate. This place is a little confusing because its layout is very non-linear, and it gets a little funny because of it. Also, there's a grip of Marty spiders just tap dancing on the water, and it gets irksome having to deal with them. While traversing the halls of the bathhouse, Brad will run into Beatty the Joy Mutant, who needs to get bent over a barrel because he's in the way of some really important keys. Funny enough, this guy's on the album OST cover for the game. He does look pretty interesting. In another room, Brad will find Toby, Crisp LaDaddy's boyfriend, who happens to be a potential companion in Stone Village if you hold Toby hostage and force Crisp to join the party. Nearing the end of the bathhouse, Brad will run into Han Tsunami, the guy who owns this place and his gang. Han doesn't take too kindly to Brad being in the bathhouse, and a battle of the crews commences within this tiled palace. With the inferior gang defeated, Brad is able to get to the next room and take his prize, a fan for the boat. Now, there's one last thing we need to see here, and it's arguably the most important secret in the whole game. Alright, now let's go use these maps that we've been collecting. For that, we need to go back to Area 2 and go down here where another Hernandez brother is chilling. Shardy. This is the brother that Tardy also mentions having a boat. By showing this guy the maps, he'll take us to different islands, and first up is Resort Island. Brad lands on a tropical island with a singular building that just says resort on it. This whole place is really just a callback to Lisa the First. And if you played Lisa the First, then you'll recognize all these little inoffensive nutsack guys. While here, Brad will find 4 hidden switches that will open a secret room at the topmost room. Entering this room, you'll notice that it looks like a lover's suite and there's bile all over the place, which alludes to Brad being connected to Marty's sexual abuse. What pushes this idea is that the Marty sticking out of the TV is like the one in Lisa the First. Plus, bile normally would appear where sexual abuse is implied. Now, if you go in the hole, you'll find this at the bottom. Nothing too crazy, just some really nice gear. Now, in another room, Brad will go through a hole in the wall and end up in a hallway where one of these mutants will block the way unless you visit every room in the resort. Though, in other places, I saw that you have to interact with 6 other mutants in order to have it move, but I don't really know which is true, to be honest. In the room, you'll find a little nutsack party around a poorly constructed statue of a trumpet that at first glance doesn't mean a lot, but later it's gonna make sense. Well, that's it for the resort island. Up next is Dismal Island. This place is a callback to an old podcast and its host that ran for like a year back in 2013 to 2014. One of the hosts, named Jonathan Holmes, at one point interviewed Austin Jorgensen on his personal podcast, Sub Holmes, episode 92, and that's where I got a lot of info on the game and stuff. And anyway, let's get on with the content. This island is pretty damn bare except for a very long rope that ends up being this guy's mustache. At the top of the cliff, there's a lone shack with this dude, Slave Lord Jim, who will be contemplating about someone named Jonathan. He'll look at Brad and say, "You're perfect." Then he'll ask Brad if he's down, technically. Brad, confused, will answer, "Yes." So Jim takes him outside and asks Brad to jump off the cliff. When Brad returns from his quest, Jim will slide him into a nice little dress complete with fishnets and change Brad's name to Sexy Boy. He sends Brad off to tell the mustache man his new name, and as a reward, he gives Brad the classy drink glue mixed with paint that'll give him this glorious vision. After this, Jim will start a fight with Brad because it's just not the same. Who knows what he was doing to Jonathan? With Jim's cheeks rosy from the clapping, Brad will have a chance to change his name back. And on the way out, Brad will run into Jonathan, Jim's old, slave. This polka dot dress wearing Joy Mutant is the most human looking of the mutants and is pretty dangerous, but Brad and pals are able to finish this fight just fine and move on. I do wonder though if Jonathan was a Joy Mutant before or after escaping Jim. Okay, so the last map takes us to Garbage Island. I lost the recording again. I don't know how. Luckily I found someone else's online, so we're gonna be using theirs. This island's pretty quick and it's just like it sounds, a whole ass island made out of trash. Brad lands and if he doesn't smell like shit, he won't be able to access the island, so he's gotta get stinky. Now with the correct shit stank, my man with the bag will let him pass. While here, Brad decides to join the kart races, so after speaking to the promoter and a small fee, he's off to make a name for himself in the annals of the kart halls. There's only a few races and all that needs to be done is murder the action button and Brad will scoot. The whole purpose of these is to recruit Fly Manetti. Once Brad beats the best kart racer of all time, he'll join his crew in hopes of beating Brad one day. The last thing to do here is to go recruit Ollie Nichols. He's in a building all the way at the end of the island in his poorly placed bar. When Brad finds Ollie, he's drowning in debt, but Brad kindly decides to pay off his debt of 2 mags. After that, Ollie joins the crew, and soon after, Brad returns to the mainland. And that's it for the islands. Now back to getting the rest of the boat parts. The next item that Brad is going to go after is the toolbox, which can be found at Snowy Mountain. On the way there, he'll run into a Joy Mutant called Herb, which only appears there if you're playing in pain mode. Also, while looking up some information for Herb for the video, I learned that if Brad is taking joy, he eventually has a conversation with Olan where he gives him some joy. Olan will eventually leave the party sometime after this, and he turns into a joy mutant. He ends up hanging out on top of the bar where you originally find him. Past this, Brad steps out into the chilly air of Snow Mountain and is almost immediately greeted by suicide football bombers. Carefully navigating his way through these human landmines, then finding his way through dudes hiding inside snowmen with guns, Brad finally makes it to the summit and is confronted by Buffalo Van Dyke, who, if you remember, gets mentioned by the guy at the start of the construction zone way earlier. I just thought it was a neat little mention. Anyway, once he's defeated, he'll join Brad and bring his toolbox with him, and that crosses another item off the list for the boat. Deciding to explore this area some more, Brad walks into this cave and sees another hallucination that looks like Dusty, the kid that Brad speaks to hiding behind a tree that we see in an earlier flashback, but his face is wrapped up in bandages. Climbing higher up the mountain, Brad runs into Peter the Joy Mutant, who looks just unsettling. Brad claps some mutant cheeks once again and onward and upwards. At the top, there's a pile of white bodies that look similar to the bodies that the Rando army had earlier in the back of a car, so it's implied that this is just a huge cremation pile that they use, and that this isn't snow at all, but it's ash. And what gives a little more credence to this is the burning dude that's here just running around. Imagine going outside and sticking your tongue out to catch snow, but it's just some guy's body dust. Next, Brad needs to go after some wood to build a boat, but it can't be any old shitty bark. It's gotta be sacred. So, to Blood Mountain we go. On the way there, Brad finds Wheezy Silver's dojo, which happens to be the hardest one because of the gauntlet one must suffer through. Once his strength has been tested, Brad makes his way to Blood Mountain. This area is pretty unique and the soundtrack just stresses me out, but it's cool. At the top, Brad fights the bloodiest wolf to the death in order to get to the tree. Fun side note, there are trees in Australia that do bleed red sap. They're called desert bloodwood, so there's that. Now it's time for Hollywood and the last part of the boat. Traversing this area is funny because you gotta do some acrobatics with the help of the locals. Also, there's this guy who helps you across. Also in Hollywood, Brad gets to see the final chapter of the Salvation Rangers. And it's a little sad, but once again, you see what happens with joy use. Brad has this funny contemplation when the bodies are interacted with, and a little ways away from here, Blue is walking around and can be fought. And so that ends the saga of the Salvation Rangers. Moving on ahead, Brad meets the mutated leader of this area, Hawk. In the normal mode, this is Hawk Hollywood instead, he's just a normal guy. But in pain mode, you get to fight the Joy Mutant version. It's pretty cool and dangerous because Hawk will do perma-kill moves pretty often. After the fight, Brad takes a mint condition cloth and that's it for the boat parts. But before we move on ahead, we need to take care of a couple secret bosses.
Do you remember when Brad picked up some keys after defeating Beatty in the bathhouse? Well, we're going to use those now because we need them to get to Satan. He's going to be located to the east of the Wrestle Village right next to the ECW. Inside the truck, Brad will find this massive metal-handed trucker, and up to this point, the hardest boss fight. The fight is pretty damn hard and very dangerous, but Brad and crew are competent and they're able to deal with Satan just fine. Or should I say Mike. This boss is based on an old Let's Player, later turned into streamer, Mike Mnemonic. To be honest, I couldn't find much current info on the guy, but I know he's a trucker and I don't think he streams anymore. He donated money to the original Kickstarter for this game, which at this point has been about a decade now. Okay, so we gotta deal with one last minor boss. To the right of Area 3, Brad can run into Sticky, and now he's rocking Rando colors. But this will only happen if Brad allows Sticky and Rick to live. I really gotta say I hate how shitty Brad is. A lot of this game is like watching a slow motion pile up. Brad could have fixed a lot of his issues before. He could have dealt with his addictions, he could have dealt with the joy. But all of this is causing so much issues for him now, and although he is taking steps to fix what happened, to take steps to rectify his way of thinking, it's a little late. Anyway, on to the last secret boss, and for that, Brad needs to go back to where this adventure started. With war looming and terribly difficult battles ahead, Brad decides to take one last rest at the campsite near his home. That night, Brad finds himself in a nightmare with looping landscapes and dreary scenery. Brad recalls the dog he killed the day he met Terry. Maybe it weighs on him, maybe it's just a memory. Either way, he keeps traversing this oppressive labyrinth. Eventually, Brad finds Buddy where he originally found her all those years ago, and baby cries escape from a Buddy much too old for sounds like these. Brad tries to approach Buddy, but just as quickly she runs away. Following her, Brad makes it back to his house surrounded by grotesque joy mutants, almost made out of the drug itself, wearing a torn face. The deep-rooted hold this substance has on Brad becoming all too apparent. Brad climbs down into the recesses of his heart and sees Buddy leave with Rando. Unable to escape himself, Brad starts all over again. Except this time, he comes across a tall cliff stretching out into the heavens. Hearing those sounds that gave him a second chance, Brad begins his ascension. But in time, realizes it's futile. There is no escape, so he delves deep into the depths once again. Brad is brought back to the day that Columbo and his friends beat him for a crime he did not commit. Brad walks over to the left and contends with the Crow of Remembrance that transforms into Bernard, but ultimately he cannot defeat it. Taking that long and dreadful walk back to his home, Brad finds his childhood prison covered in joy spiders, a childhood covered in suppression. But it isn't time to face demons yet. Brad walks past his home and meets with the memory of his grandfather. I love a lot of what Brad's grandfather says here, but you can see that some of his ideas are somewhat flawed, but a lot more helpful than whatever Marty was doing. Either way, Brad's guilt engulfs him. It's time to see if his grandfather's teachings got through to Brad, because now is the time to confront the pain. Entering the home, Brad relives a familiar scene and he walks upstairs just like he did as a child. Walking into his own room, Brad has a long and strange conversation with Marty made out of joy, bubbling back up manipulative and abusive conversations that he might have had once with Brad. The joy does its job and this Marty slowly starts to decay. Entering Lisa's room, Brad walks into a mound of bottles and the sight of Lisa being held up by roots with a flower growing out of her head. Lastly, Brad walks into Marty's room. Brad begins the hardest battle he's ever had to confront. Brad rallies his companions for this fight and they run towards the mound across a crimson sea. As retaliation, Marty summons blood shadows and reminds Brad of their favorite game, blood for sex. As to what entails the game is never explicitly told to us. You can make your own assumptions. I feel like it can mean a lot of things, like taking advantage of your own flesh and blood for abuse, literally using blood for sex, maybe even killing and spilling blood in the pursuit of sex. Also, the track that plays during the fight is named Blood for Sex. Whatever it may be, Brad must confront the shadows before him and bring his friends along because alone he can't do it. Once the blood shadows are dealt with, Brad and his party make their way to the foothills of the mound and begin their long, arduous climb to the top, fighting their way through spider thrall defenses that Marty unleashes. Finally, making it to the summit, the fight truly begins, and it's time to confront the postulating, hairy flesh mound that is the manifestation of Marty. Okay, so this fight took me about 4 hours to actually beat, and that's on the actual day I beat it. I sadly played this when it was updated and I couldn't use joy, and the piss status effect didn't work anymore, which would stop and attack that permakills companions very often. So I had to just beat it with no gimmicks. At least your companions don't go through withdrawals while doing this. Look, I'm not going to speak on everything that happens in this fight, but I'll talk about what it means to me. See, I beat this without losing a single companion. I did this in the longest way possible because in order to not lose anyone, the party can only be there for about 5 turns before you gotta leave in order to avoid losing any of them. And after hours of chipping away, after getting all my stats drained, it finally happened. See, I know that abuse and trauma isn't something you can deal with once and get over it. Just like this fight, you're gonna need some help, but you have to be measured in how you attack the issue because you can also bring harm to those around you. Most importantly, trauma isn't something that can be taken care of all at once. It's something that you chip away at. Take a step back, regroup, and get back in the fight. It takes time and consistent effort. But once you're on the other side of that catharsis, you're not unscathed nor completely clean, because the goal is to be able to coexist and healthily cope with the trauma. Marty at the end isn't something to despair, it's just reality. So you keep fighting. Austin said that he modeled Lisa the First after his ex-girlfriend's bad relationship with her dad. On that topic, Austin said, quote, "No matter what I do, no matter what happens, this is something that is going to stick with her." End quote. Somehow, the wrong her father did would affect and seep into their relationship. Sometimes things don't have a clear and clean resolution. Residue is left behind and it affects you. This whole boss just made my love for this game even deeper, and the coolest part is that you don't really get anything for this other than some lore. No achievement, no change to the ending, nothing. It's just satisfaction and understanding. Okay, so now I want to touch on a possible timeline for everything leading up to this game, and a little after. If you hear something you don't agree with, hit me up in the comments. There's going to be all sorts of spoilers, so just be aware. In the very beginning of the game, Lisa is a baby, so let's say Brad is 7 years older than Lisa. That would mean that by the time he runs away, he's not a full adult and Lisa's about 10. Considering the last conversation Brad ever had with Lisa, it's possible that the abuse that Marty made Brad partake in against Lisa happened at most 2 years prior to Brad leaving, making Lisa 8 years old at the time. 3 years after Brad leaves, he's the owner of a dojo and trains local teenagers around the age of 13. Now, when exactly does he open the dojo can't really be pinned down, but it's possible that in this same year, Lisa commits suicide, making her about 13 or 14 when that happens, while making Brad about 20. This only makes sense to me because at the end of Lisa the Painful, Brad mentions in his famous quote that he's been dead for 35 years, making Brad 55 years or so during the end of Lisa the Painful. And this fits since everyone around Brad always talks about how he's middle-aged. Also in that 3-year gap, Bernard, who later takes up the name Buzzo, meets Lisa and mutilates her upon her request because she thinks that this will make Marty stop the abuse. Sometime shortly after Lisa's suicide, Buzzo then cuts the face off Dusty. By then, he already had begun his campaign trying to hurt Brad. As for the Flash, I'll say that happened around the time Brad was 38 or so because of the campsite conversation Jack has with Garth, where Jack mentions that he was a baby when the Flash happened, putting him in his late teens, like 17 to 19. But also during the joyless epilogue, Buzzo is speaking with Yato, and he is very obviously an adult speaking with investors, and his conversation would be happening right around Brad being 38 as well. During that same epilogue, Yato speaks about using his daughter, Nancy/Buddy, to enact his plan to form his own world. We can assume that at this time, Buddy was barely conceived or was planned to be conceived. Buzzo helps out with his plan, and it's assumed that he's the one that planted Buddy so that Brad would find her. After this, let's say that Brad finds Buddy around the ages of 39 to 41, which would make Buddy around the ages of 14 to 16 during Lisa the Painful/Joyful. And I think that's as deep as I want to go into a possible timeline. I know there's random things here and there that can throw a shoe into the cogs, such as the orphanage, because how is there even kids that young around, as well as other things. But the game doesn't take itself too seriously in that regard, so I won't stress out about it. When Brad comes back to the campsite where the nightmare takes place, it'll be covered in blood. I like to imagine Brad just unleashing a 6-pack of ass beat on all his sleeping homies. Imagine waking up to headbutts on your nose bridge. Anyway, those were the secret bosses.
And now it's time to assemble the boat. So Brad and Tardy spend all night building it, and in the morning, Brad abandons his crew. When they land on the island like a fucking maroon, Tardy wants to have action, or his whole goal actually was to get action from Buddy. Like, that was the whole reason he did it. So Brad kills him, and you only get 4 XP from him. On the island, Brad finds a cave surrounded by beer bottles, and inside he finds Marty along with Buddy. Brad is unable to control himself, so he goes to attack Marty, but Buddy steps in between both of them. Brad, just seeing red along with the long-term influence of the joy, cannot let go of his innermost desires, to the point that he even kicks Buddy out of the way in order to get to Marty. Brad begins to enact fearsome death upon his abuser, who tries his best to flail around in defense. During his assault, Buddy once again tries to interfere, but Brad just keeps going until Buddy gets knocked out. Marty tries to plead with Brad, saying that he changed, but it doesn't change a thing. Brad is just too lost in the side effects of the joy and blacks out in rage. When Brad comes to, he's outside, so he decides to go back into the cave looking for some clues. Entering the cave, he's met with the pulpy remains of Marty, and he doesn't really pay mind to it. He also notices that the joy is gone, which I really don't think that a kid should be munching on pharmaceuticals. If anything, Brad is tenacious and uses Tardy's corpse as a boat, and is steadfast in his goal. Soon after Brad makes it to Rando Land, he runs into an old, let's call him friend, and that's Mr. Angonelli, Sticky's dad. The guy we saw at the very beginning of the game. The hallucination that Brad saw in the cave that gave him shit for trying to give him mags. Well, he's alive, and he's mega crazy, but it means nothing because it's just another person Brad needs to deal with, and sadly, he was able to leave his mark on Buddy. Once dead, Brad tries to speak with his daughter. Although Brad was a nobody, he never let himself accept failure. And that's a dangerous thing to avoid. If you're never a failure, then how are you ever going to be a success? You can't just get stuck in this infinite loop of non-accountability. And so Brad finally leaps over that hurdle. And I think it's really fucking funny that his body even feels a little funny in the process of becoming a failure. He feels it in his jellies. Either way, Brad keeps moving forward and making his way through the Rando compound, picking up firebombs along the way until he finally finds Buddy. But she doesn't listen to him and she runs away into the Rando army. But before Brad can follow her, he's stopped by the companions he abandoned. Brad still can't let go and he proceeds to dispose some of his best friends. It's just that this time it's tougher because you are attached to these people way more than you were to Rick, Sticky, and Cheeks. The party members that show up will be the ones that you have in the active party at the point of abandonment. So I chose my favorite characters, as sad as that sounds. They all say different things and can even act differently during the fight depending on their relationship with Brad. Sadly, his selfishness is the end of some beautiful friendships. Death is something that's happening to you daily. And when you let your days dissolve, you're just wasting a currency that you can never replenish. Brad finally starts to live his life when he decides to heal, when he decides to let go of the past. He confronts that mountain of pain. He couples that with purpose. And at last, he feels alive. Sadly, it's kind of late that this is all happening, and with much destruction left in its wake. But luckily, we can learn from it. You were not born to just cope with life. Life is full of these moments of persistence and release, and on the other side of that tenacity lies the euphoria of success. Never stop, never relent. And when you fall, get the fuck back up. You've made it this far, haven't you? There's a beauty in finding the limits of your dogged character. Either way, Brad made it. And I find this part so hopeful, even if Brad is slowly descending into madness caused by the joy. Even his moveset changes to reflect that of a joy mutant, with abilities like cry, scream, and bite. And towards the end of the battle, his music changes to soft skin, which is the battle music for the joy mutants. His last real acts were full of redemption. As a last stand, Rando now gets in Brad's way. During the fight, Rando will cry randomly, almost as if he doesn't want to do this. Eventually, Rando's mask will break off and his character name will change to Broken Man. And once defeated, he will thank Brad for everything he's done. Extremely injured and bloodied, Brad will make his way to Buddy. So yeah, Brad eventually turns into a joy mutant. That seems to happen through mental, physical trauma, or when nearing death. And in pain mode, you get this cutscene. There you go, Dusty is Brad's adopted son, and also he's Rando. It also seems that Buzzo was already messing around with Brad very early on, possibly very soon after Lisa's suicide. Either way, this is not the end of Buddy's story. So we're going to move on to Lisa the Joyful. Buddy wakes up to Brad's joy mutant sloshing around in the room with her, so she starts to defend herself. The combat is different now because it's more like a timing mini game. It reminds me a lot of the stuff from Mario RPG or Paper Mario. There's probably better examples out there, but these are the only ones that come to mind at the moment. Eventually, Buzzo shows up and wrangles up Brad, warns Buddy about taking Joy, and advises her to let go of the past.
He welcomes Buddy to hell and bounces. I gotta mention that I played this for the first time for this video. I never played the DLC before, and I went into it completely blind. I didn't know that there was a new ending added with the definitive edition. If Buddy doesn't take any joy, which that's what I ended up doing, is taking joy. So I had to play the DLC over again to get the new ending. And I know it sounds kind of weird that I never played the DLC at all. I don't have an excuse, I just never did it. I will say that this game is a lot more linear than the first one, so we'll get through it at a pretty good pace. Using Buddy is a little different because she can jump over gaps and fall longer distances rather than eating shit like Brad does. And overall, she does everything a lot faster. And she has a little sprint. It's pretty nice. Buddy decides to trust Dusty, so she climbs up on his shoulders. Dusty mentions that they can meet up with some of his friends for help because he's still pretty weak, and they leave the cave. Soon after, they run into another group of people who just finished fighting a joy mutant. Their leader Lenny is like, "Oh shit, it's Rando, and Lil fucking Rando." I don't know why that shit sent me. Anyway, he gives Rando a light roasting when he hears him speak and figures that Lil Rando is the girl and attacks with his gang. What makes it even funnier is that he attacks while holding his guts in and does no damage. Post-fight, Rando mentions that Brad never taught him to fight the way that Buddy does. Which, yeah, it makes sense that Brad would want her to be quick at killing and not drag it out since she's little and more vulnerable. Eventually, Buddy and Rando make it to the List, which is the border between eastern and western Olathe,
and has the names of the people who run things from most enlarged phallic energy to the least. Buddy seems to be transfixed on the list for a while but snaps out of it, and they move on, making it to a safe house of sorts. At first it looks like they got kidnapped or maybe ambushed, but these are in fact the friends that Rando was talking about. Them trying to minimize whatever Dale did feels pretty bad because, well, keep in mind that it was bad enough for them to kill him over it. Anyway, when Rando wakes up, he crawls his ass very slowly over to the building where Buddy's being held at. I find it kind of sad that Rando admits that these were the guys that were supposed to help them, but also Buddy doesn't say anything about what Dale did while she was tied up. They were both trying to protect the other. Also, if you notice, Buddy is starting to get those weird meaty joy flashes like Brad would get. The small handful of joy she consumed is already causing issues. But her being transfixed to the list wasn't for anything. She was out here thinking, and now she wants to kill everyone. Either way, it's been a long day of wanting to murder and it's time to rest. Rando keeps an eye over Buddy and she's able to rest in peace. Now it's time to rise and get on that Sigma grind, so Buddy decides to head over and have a cordial conversation with Lardy first. In order to do that, she steals the Thunk Dudes' truck and makes her way over there, cutting down anyone in her path. Even encountering Gary the Hot Soup, who is in the EWC, and I gotta say that 666 Kill Chop Deluxe, the track that plays here, goes so fucking hard. Here's a good time to mention that the soundtrack for Joyful either matches and potentially exceeds that of the quality of the base game. The whole thing just goes harder. Alas, the soup wasn't ready and he dies in the wake of Buddy. Arriving at Lardy's truck, Buddy helps herself to some TNT that's lying around and heads inside the cargo truck. As soon as Lardy confirms his identity, Buddy lets the steel sing and yet another fucking banger goes off. And if you haven't noticed, this happens to be one of the Hernandez brothers. After sending Lardy to meet his siblings, Rando will mention that this isn't a really good thing because he moves supplies around in the area, plus their family helps a lot of people, but Buddy doesn't really seem to care. Buddy learns a warlord ability which happens every time you defeat a warlord. They head back to the list, and the list thins, and on to the next one. I also gotta mention that I really love that it looks like somebody wrote a P over Lardy's name, and that shit just spells Party Hernandez, which is the sickest name, man. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, the grind never sleeps, except for right now, because Buddy needs to replenish her strength, plus Rando is just looking out for her. And Mechanic, I forgot to mention, is wearing masks. All masks have small effects with interactions and dialogue, as well as not wearing a mask at all, which will mostly just have people attack Buddy, including useful NPCs like vendors, which can suck because you'll just lose the vendor. The next target Buddy sets her sights on is Vega Van Dam, and makes her way over to his location by using the TNT she picked up to get past a barricaded doorway, once again cutting up any dude that gets in her way. Eventually, Buddy gets to Vega's hideout. During this fight, I wanted to use Buddy's flash ability because, I mean, If I could just lift my shirt up in the middle of a fight and get an advantage, why the fuck would I not do that? Show them my 4 nipples. Anyway, the point is that it doesn't really work on Vega because I'm pretty sure he's gay. And I think it's just a funny little detail. I mean, of course it's not going to work on him. The list ends, but before Buddy can head over to deal with Mr. Beautiful, she takes a little rest. Later in the evening, Rando decides to strike up a conversation with her. Well, the dream is free, but the hustle is sold separately, so it's time to get back on that grind. It's nice to see that Buddy is starting to care more about Rando, but obviously she's still unstable. Now, before entering the pacifist village, Rando speaks a bit with Buddy and explains that the people living here are all pacifists, and wonders if it's even necessary to do this. But Buddy ain't having none of that shit, so Rando just urges her to keep her focus on Mr. Beautiful and leave the innocent alone. Walking through the village, Buddy will want to throw hands so bad that every time she walks past a BBB, she'll question whether she should fight him or not. And yeah, that's their names. It stands for Beautiful Baby Boys. But even in this utopia, Joy is still around, and Buddy will need to kill a triple B that mutated. Cutting him down opens the path to Mr. Beautiful, and when interacted with, he mentions that this wasn't part of the plan. Meaning that Rando probably had some sort of set plan to save the world, but Buddy being a psychopath wasn't in the magic 8-ball. Buddy hits us with the "oh boy, here I go killing again" and gets rid of Mr. Beautiful. Funny little detail, Mr. Beautiful was based on Shoko Asahara, whatever, who was a cult leader in Japan that was sentenced to death because of some gas attacks that he was involved in. Anyway, Buddy crosses off another name off the list, and how she can even reach them is a mystery that perplexes scholars to this day. On the way to kill the next name on the list, Dice Mahone, Rando notices Bob's body and they have a small conversation. Buddy seems to have adopted the terrible idea that you need to bring yourself down to the level of filth around you in order to succeed. But Rando
conversely has stayed very hopeful and has actually tried to improve the situation and make things better around him. Either way, all of this becomes way too much for Dusty, so come morning, he's gone. But it don't matter to Buddy because she's going to the bank and the teller says, "Welcome to Chase Bank." Buddy looks at him straight in the eyes and says, "Chase, the only thing I'm chasing is my dreams. Keep grinding. Rip Grandma, Romans 8:1. As you can see, the world is falling apart and degrading with corpses of mutants and humans left out to bake. The shift of power is making the shit hit the Xbox fan and it's getting real gross out here. Even Chester, the vendor, looking real spirit of Halloween now when he attacks Buddy on sight. With nothing left for her here, Buddy moves on. On the road to the next crossroads, someone ran into the tree here and made an impromptu bridge, conveniently letting this little wrecking ball across into the second crossroad. And the first order of business is to get some more TNT in the Widdly to Diddly Valley, where Buddy also stumbles on the funeral of a legend. To the left, there's a green helmet that's needed for a future encounter, so Buddy takes that and moves on to Dice Mahone's turf. Walking through here is just sad and it's all in disarray. Inevitably, Buddy makes it to the end and finds Dice Mahone, or what used to be Dice Mahone. Now he's this thingy. You gotta love Joy. And just like the others, he becomes another crossed off name on a list. What makes this even worse is that it didn't even matter if he died. It's not like he was leading anything, and things are fucking falling apart as is. At this rate, Buddy's only gonna be the queen of dirt. But our little wrecking ball, our little ball of death is determined, so she moves on to the next name. But before Buddy crosses off another name, there's a few things she's gotta do. First, Buddy takes a short detour to seek the meaning of life. Luckily, this climb isn't as long as Brad's. I bet you thought you were going to get flipped off again. Well, no. But after climbing a mountain, we'll see this letter from Austin. It says, "Dear reader, I swear no tricks this time. Thank you for all of your dedication. You really mean a lot to me for giving me the chance to give something to you. Even if it's not perfect, I still always try my best to make you feel something. Anything. There is no better feeling than to have something you are passionate about creating come to life for others to enjoy. Thank you so much for everything, DL." It's a very sweet letter that I think anyone can resonate with. Sharing and watching people enjoy what you create is a beautiful piece of the human experience. So let's see what Austin has in store for us. Alright, time to keep going. I'm so edified right now. Next, we gotta go find a Joy mask, which will be right here after fighting a Joy mutant that's in the way. The green helmet is also needed here to have this interaction with Thule. Turns out he's the Green Ranger and he doesn't get fucked up like the rest of them because at the time, he was visiting the Beehive brothel. He even walks into Brad's room when he's working there. Now let's go get that mask. You gotta get through hidden passageways under these clothes in a particular order, then punch this bag a bunch of times, and then a secret hole opens up and bam, here it is. I didn't know this at the time, but if you put on the mask, these guys will actually speak with you. One of them even says, "Did you enjoy watching your dad change?" Which is fucked, and they'll say other things, but none of it is really important. With the mask in hand, Buddy travels back to the village in the first crossroads and jumps off the side of a cliff to the left. This is where the Joy Lab is. Walking all the way to the last room, Buddy will find the final resting place of Lisa with a note lying next to the coffin. Reading it, it says, "I'm sorry, but I can't do it anymore. I'll always love you, Buzzo." There's another thing to find here, but we'll come back to that later. But upon leaving, we'll see a hallucination, maybe a vision. I think Buddy can somehow see all of this. I don't really know how, but it happens more later on with no real explanation. It's crazy to think that Buzzo's idea of Lisa just tells him to hurt Brad, and then Brad's idea of Lisa just guilt trips him, which it's sad because in reality, Lisa wasn't any of those things. And that's why I really appreciate what the definitive edition adds to the game. It gives Lisa more of a voice rather than these mentally ill people's like image of her. Well, anyway, now it's time to go visit the home of a legendary friend. To get to it, Buddy goes into this cave. Girl bosses her way past this mutant and steps out into the land of hints. Here we can see where Terry spent his time. If you read the hint posters, they progressively get sadder, and you can see how isolated he was. He yearned for friendship to the point that he built his own friends out of sticks. The loneliness got so severe that he finally decided to travel out into the world in search of companionship, and not too long after, probably ran into Brad. Look, one note says, "Loneliness. Having nobody in your life can be tough, but having hobbies can fill the void." Or another note that says, "Depression. I don't even know anymore. I need a real friend." The last notes are just scribbles and tears. At the very end, Buddy will find a plastic Terry mask inside of a golden chest overlooked by a throne made of mattresses and a massive and artistically accurate mural of Terry hints. The mask will be useful a little later on, but now, Buddy needs to go deal with Cindy Gallows. To get to her target, Buddy will need to traverse a deadly obstacle course that is just a bunch of automated dart guns, with you guessed it, a mutant in the way. Buddy, just like before, fucks up Louie the Mutant and gets her happy cheeks out of here. A little up the path, Buddy will walk into some of Cindy Gallows' ex-followers having just killed him. And they'll explain that he was killed because he was going against the will of God by trying to kill the Joy Mutants. And they attack Buddy in order to convince her of this, I guess. Well, Buddy has a fistful of firebombs with pockets full of murderous intent, so these dudes get bent. Plus, the slowed down version of Mouth Wide Open fucking slaps. The fight concludes, and as Buddy is walking away, she hears a voice behind her. Even almost dead, Cindy puts up a crazy fight. But he ain't number 2 for nothing. But again, it kind of follows the trend that all of these people she fights don't really give any real return. She's just being self-serving. Buddy is just feeding that weird part of herself that doesn't want solutions, just vindictive anger. I wanted to mention that at one point, if you go to sleep in a campsite, Buddy can get kidnapped and she'll wake up in a shack. The point is that you fight this thing. That's it. I just wanted to show him. I love Bobby. He looks funny. Anyway, on to the last one. The main guy, Big Lincoln. he can be accessed through Area 2, and on the way there, Buddy will find this scene. This encounter can go a few different ways. I'll explain them briefly. So if you don't let him go, Bolo will try and touch Buddy, but will be killed by a Joy Mutant. Now the dialogue between Rando and Buddy will change depending if she decided to trust him or not in the beginning. Also, while Buddy holds on to him, Rando will try to explain that the kidnapping by his friends earlier was orchestrated by him, but he doesn't really explain himself too well, and Buddy gets mad and lets him go. At the bottom of the pit, Buddy will find Rando barely alive, which this only happens if she tries to hold on, and once again the dialogue will differ on whether Buddy trusted Rando or not. If Buddy trusted him, she'll be a lot more emotional and strike him multiple times before slitting his throat. If Buddy didn't trust him, then she'll be more indifferent and cold to the situation and slits his throat. The decision here can also change the ending, which I'll touch on the different endings later. As for this playthrough, Rando was let go and Buddy takes charge and kills Bolo herself. Now, before Buddy goes off to fight Big Lincoln, let's stop by the easy mode booth. Larry will put Buddy through 2 fights where she will win with 1 hit. Real quick, here are the fights. Yeah, the game just ends. It's thought that Austin added this to the game because of a whiny Steam user, which I'd like to believe is true because the jokes and the things that happen during this little interaction are just so specific. Either way, I also like to believe that this is just Terry, because Larry knows that Brad is Buddy's dad somehow. So I just like to believe that Terry grew a mustache and survived. Anyway, it's a funny little diversion. Let's move on. Onward to Big Lincoln. To get to him, Buddy will need to get through a cave with a few of his followers, walk through a field of graves, and ascend the tower. At the top, Lincoln will appear from the shadows and the fight commences. This fight is pretty tough. Big Lincoln will do what I think are suplexes and crazy diving punches. He'll pray to replenish his health. It's just a fun fight all around. It's known that he's going easy on Buddy here, but only realizes the seriousness of the situation way too late and gets killed for it. Austin said it in an AMA in 2023. With Big Lincoln's underestimation bearing fruits, Buddy leaves victorious, and well, that's everyone. She wins. Before moving on, let's go see Thule, our favorite Green Ranger. Look, the only reason I'm laughing is because it's so sad, it's funny. Okay? You even get a fucking achievement for it. It just kills me. Alright, so before we move on, there's a few things I gotta explain. The playthrough you've been watching is my first playthrough. The one where I had Buddy take Joy. I fucked up, I didn't know at the time, so I played the game all over again to get the new ending. I didn't record myself getting any of the items that are necessary for this ending, but I did find a YouTube channel by the name of Dynamics who have the clips of this exact thing. Getting the items is a little weird, and I'll list them off. First item is clean water that can only randomly drop from using Lardy's Warlord ability. Second, you need Ipecac that you get from talking to Larry Stintz with the Terry mask on. Third is a blue key that is found inside of a secret room in Big Lincoln's building. Fourth is the ceremonial sword that is found in the pacifist village by doing a leap of faith off to the left of the village. Find the blue door and use the blue key that was picked up at Lincoln's. Fifth would be the incomplete hand, which is the meaning of life hand, and you need to use the ceremonial sword to cut it, but afterwards the sword breaks and now you have the incomplete hand and the sheath. Sixth will be a goldfish that is given to you by a mouse in the cave leading to Lardy's area. You gotta stand outside of a hole for a few minutes, then you'll get it. Seventh are some stitches that you can find on the corpse of a dead cultist behind Dice Mahone. You gotta interact with the corpse like 14 times or something before you get it. Eighth is a tiny picture that can be found in a secret cave that is behind a fence next to the list. And ninth is the garden gloves, and it's in the same secret cave next to the list, except you need to find another secret entrance behind a fence to go to another area where it can be found behind some reeds. Okay, so now in this same area where you find the gloves, press start on this one lone flower and you'll be teleported to a statue room where Buddy needs to break statues in the correct order, then replace them with the items that have been collected, all in the correct order as well. Once this is done, a door will appear on the list. Simple as that, fucking easy, brother. All these items are significant in some way because they are counterparts to items that Lisa finds in the first game. But alright, let's move on and get inside the new door. Here, Buddy will need to face the weight of what she's been doing. Winning this battle is not the goal, but to endure the psychological consequences of her actions. I mean, you could win this fight, but I feel that eventually leaving or enduring then leaving just makes more sense. And Buddy's prize for getting past this ordeal is a nipple. Okay, with the nipple in our pockets, we go back to the Joy Lab and get back to Lisa's final resting place. Walk to the left and find a secret door. Walking through it, Buddy finds like a vision, a flashback, whatever it is. It's a conversation between a younger Cheeks, Sticky, and Rick. I'm gonna play the whole conversation, but if you want to skip it, I'll have the chapter ready for you. The way they speak seems like they're already dead. And I don't know if, I mean, Buddy's maybe hanging out with the dead, but I don't think it matters. If anything, the conversation seems like one that a family would have. What could have been different, what they would have changed. And you find out in this conversation that Brad never really let anyone in, and that ultimately extended to his adopted daughter. Once the conversation is finished, Buddy moves on and finds Brad's childhood home, and it's covered in these little Brads. Look at him go! It does make sense though that this is the version of Brad attached to the house, because him wearing the makeup is what led to Marty forcing Brad to take a role in the abuse toward Lisa. Brad's last conversation with his sister was about this incident. And before going into the house, Buddy walks a little past it and finds younger versions of Buzzo and Dusty having a conversation. There could be something more to this conversation, but honestly I feel like it's just showing their characters a little more. Dusty was always kinder and Buzzo has always been hot-headed and aggressive. Or it's just a simple conversation to show their connection. What I do find strange about all of this is that they can see Buddy, but only one of these dudes is dead. So it's not like some sort of afterlife or anything. And also, like, the whole setup with the statues somehow made Buddy privy to all this information. It's all nebulous and I don't really care to figure it out. So anyway, onto the house. Heading inside, Buddy will be wearing like this big old pink suit, and you'll see that Sticky, Rick, and Cheeks are all having tea with Lisa. I don't know if this whole scenario means anything or if it has a deeper meaning. I think it's a pretty neat little thing to see. I'm not about to do some mental gymnastics to try to connect it to anything. I'm not gonna force it. But if you go up to the teapot or Lisa and interact with them, this will happen. After this, Buddy heads upstairs and sees Dusty's face nailed to the wall where Marty's room is supposed to be, and has a heart-to-heart with it. A lot of us are out here just trying to figure it out and trying to do what we think is right. Dusty takes his leave and Buddy moves her attention to Brad's room. Inside, Buddy will find a child's skull with the top of the head removed, and when stared at long enough, it starts to feel like looking into a mirror. We'll talk about this item a little later on. Next, Buddy heads into Lisa's room. Inside, she finds a hole in the wall that leads into another room that is very reminiscent of the mansion in Lisa the First, down to the bile on the walls. The music is even the same, but instead of a gross Marty mound, this is a regular mound of flesh. If Buddy places the nipple she just picked up at the top of the mound, the mood lightens up, and just like in Lisa the First, you can get behind the mound and enter it, which leads to an endless, radiant room where an orange flower can be found that Buddy will gently and carefully plant into the skull, turning it into a flowering skull. All this is pretty symbolic, but if I had to guess, I would say that obviously Lisa, Buddy, and Brad are all connected in some way, but Lisa and Buddy have a sort of indirect kindred bond that is facilitated by Brad's upbringing. See, and I think that the fact that Buddy finds the skull in Brad's room and that the skull is basically a reflection of Buddy, that just to me says that it's parental imprint, where we are a sort of reflection of the people who raised us. But the skull has the top missing, which, yeah, we are a reflection of our upbringing, of the people who raised us, but we are still our own person, and there's room for our own ideas. Brad didn't stick the landing, but he tried his hardest to give Buddy the tools to form her own ideas, the tools for Buddy to find her own kind of flower that she can plant, nurture, and heal with. So for now, let's move on. Leaving the Radiant Room, Buddy will be back where the list is, and we finally have unlocked the new ending. Let's wrap this thing up. The trumpet tune that plays here just feels appropriate. I imagine a big goofy congratulations sign strung up somewhere, and a singular confetti popper going off. Ooh! Looking for the source of the music, Buddy finds Dr. Yato atop a cliff throwing down with the trumpet. Here we can infer that what controls the mutants has been the trumpet all along, and if you remember, the mutants inside the resort had built this shitty little trumpet statue in a weird worshipy way. Anyway, Yato plays a little tune and has his mutant sweetheart attack Buddy. After a few turns or so, Buzzo appears and urges Buddy to go after Yato for the vaccine to deal with the joy transformation that's occurring right now. Buddy's on track to eventually transform since it only takes a few doses, and so she goes after Yato, leaving Buzzo to deal with Sweetheart. Well, I mean, Buddy runs as fast as she can to the next screen because Yato's just sitting on his throne. Broken Tooth March starts seeping out of the speakers, and it's time to tap dance on his forehead. Once again, another banger. But as the fight progresses, Buddy starts to succumb to the effects of the joy. Her head starts to throb and reality is getting distant. And in the blink of an eye, she now sees Dusty on the mound. Dusty's hallucination just hugs Buddy and cries. When Buddy finally defeats Yato's throne, Dusty wishes her good luck and the fight is over. But Buddy loses control. She blacks out and delves into a vision. Buddy will begin a fight against a vision of Brad where you get to see different phases of his life. During this whole sequence though, Brad will never actually hurt Buddy, and even in this first fight, all it says is that Brad is lost or he doesn't want to do this. Towards the end of the combat, or at the end of the combat, Buddy remembers something that Brad once told her sometime in the past, and Brad says this: "Buddy, yup, Buddy. That was the best I could come up with. Well, it's simple. You're my little buddy. I always called you that when you were a baby. I guess it just stuck. Brad and Buddy. It sounds good to me." In the next phase, Brad takes joy and it says he's given up. At the end of it, he'll say, "Don't call me that. I don't like it. My name is Brad, okay? Call me Brad." In this next phase, Brad comforts Buddy, and it heals her. Brad here is wearing makeup like when Buddy would play with him. His attacks will say, "Dad comforts you," or "Dad misses you." His enemy name doesn't say Brad anymore, it now says Dad. At the end of this phase, Buddy recalls more of what Brad said in the past. He says, "What? A boy named Dusty? Who told you that? What did I tell you about asking questions, you idiot? Don't you dare go near your uncles again, you hear me? I have no son. Never did." In this last phase, Brad turns into a nobody. This nobody's heart aches and he's a failure. He'll wail and cry, and at the end of this is what he says. "You have to know this, buddy. I was completely lost before I found you. You made me feel things I'd never felt before. You showed me what love really is. And that's why when I look into your eyes, it's the scariest feeling in the world. It's why I buried myself so deep into the darkness. But I promise you, I tried so hard to fight it. I tried. And no matter what, I really did love you with all my heart. I'm so sorry I failed you, buddy. I miss you so much." I was a mess during this whole thing. I could even barely hit Brad. And at the end of it, it really made me feel like sometimes I resonate with Brad, and sometimes I resonate with Buddy. Sometimes you gotta be the guy that has to deal with the residue left behind from the abuse. And other times, you gotta be the guy that is able to heal and break the cycle and move forward. At the risk of getting a little personal or too personal, I would have to say that my own personal Brad would have to be my mom. My dad was in the picture, still is, and they're both happily together. But my mom came from a pretty rough home. And when she had me, she was very young, or pretty young by today's standards, right? She was, I think, 20. And man, it was a kid trying to raise a kid, and this is somebody who didn't have the tools to really raise another person. But she did her best, and I don't blame her. Whatever happened between us in the past, or however she raised me, I've been able to get through it. She's gotten help, and we're past it now. But the whole point of that is that I learned that my mom had to be extremely brave, confront her issues, and she never meant to hurt me. We're past it now. She's doing a lot better. I'm doing great. But I really resonated with this story because sometimes I could be like Brad, where, there's things left from the past. And other times I have to be like Buddy, where I need to heal, I need to move forward, I need to plant that flower. Man, I just really love this game. When Buddy awakens from her blackout, Yado laments his throne, and in his haste to leave, drops the vaccine. Naturally, Buddy pursues him. Buzzo losing his pacifier, his crutch in Lisa, plus being near to death causes his mutation to happen, and Buddy now fights her last obstacle. Buzzo, being confronted with his skirting of accountability, loses the ability to put all the blame on his imaginary version of Lisa and is finally dead and free. And it all comes down to this. But before we go on to the main ending, let's talk a little about the other possible endings. If Buddy takes the vaccine, the ending looks like this. An adult Buddy holding a trumpet, hanging out with a hallucination of Brad and her baby. And no one knows who the father is. Also, depending on some decisions, a variation will have the baby missing from this whole scene. If Buddy decides to not take the vaccine and stay with her hallucinations, then she'll turn into a joy mutant and it'll look like this, with again a variation where the baby is not there. But that's only the visual variations. There are 4 possible conversation epilogues attached to each of these different endings. The normal epilogue will happen by not visiting the Joy Lab and not seeing a hallucination of Brad at the bottom of the pit where Dusty dies. This epilogue is a conversation between Yato and what is assumed to be his wife/breeder, because he treats her like a tool to be used and explains his plans for the baby they're about to have. At the end, Yato calls her darling, which is very similar to the wording found on the note of the dead woman in the Joy Lab found by Brad. In the Lisa epilogue, which is obtained by visiting the Joy Lab but not seeing Brad's hallucination, is a conversation between Buzzo and Lisa, where Lisa has him cut the paw off a live cat, and because he did this, it proves he's ready to mutilate Lisa because her plan is to get cut up so that Marty won't want her anymore. And what's really messed up about this whole conversation is that Lisa pressures him into doing it by telling him that if he does this, she'll love him. Okay, well, let's move on to the next one. And that's the Marty epilogue. This one is obtained by just seeing Brad's hallucination at the bottom of the pit where Dusty dies. And I'll just read it to you. It's not very long. Marty. So you want to be a man, be tough. Sick of getting your ass kicked? Well, you don't need all that karate shit your granddad did. It's worthless. Here, boy. I said here. Take it. Brad. I don't want it. Marty. Do as you're told. Brad drinks the alcohol. Marty. There you go. Finish it. That's right. Now then. Let's go see your sister. Well, there's not much to say there other than it's pretty fucked up. Now let's go see the actual ending, which is obtained by not taking any joy and having the flowering skull in your inventory, which is what we did. I'll show you the ending scene as well as the epilogue. If you take things pretty literally, then I'm sure this ending seems confusing, but it's all symbolic. Oh, also, something to mention is that there's a small inconsistency in the ending epilogue because Brad explains to Buddy that Lisa learned how to grow these flowers from their mom, but that doesn't make a ton of sense since in the beginning of the game, Marty is already abusive, which indicates that their mom is gone at this point in time, plus Lisa's just a baby. So yeah, the game has a few of these. Either way, this conversation couples together with the epilogue after defeating the manifestation of Marty. Buddy coping with the past as well as who she is shown by the graves of Brad and Dusty, as well as the depiction of her being a very young Buddy while wearing her childhood poncho. The figure of the nurturing mother, along with the blooming flowers, could be that Buddy allowed her inner child to heal as she got older. She allowed more flowers to bloom and she kept nurturing her mental garden, which is pretty cool because to even get this ending, you have to not consume joy, which I think that ties up things very nicely. Healing can only be done if the issues are confronted and an escape isn't sought after. Vulnerability is an attribute of perfection. Not that we look for perfection or to be perfect, but it's more of an emphasis on how good it is for the soul to be open, to be laid bare. So be hopeful, be vulnerable, be determined. And if it all falls apart, well shit, you got this far, didn't you? Then do it again. Well, that's about all I wanted to say. If I missed anything, tell me how stupid I am in the comments. Here's a video about how gaming used to be magical. Bye.